Hello. Happy Tuesday. We're back in Pyanodons. And where are we? What were we working on last week? Do I remember anything? Hey, J-Man. Let's pop into YAFC and let's see if we can remember what the heck we're doing. So, did I actually do the tin chromium alloy upgrade or did I just think about it? Managed to catch the beginning of the stream for once. Yeah, welcome in. I don't know. I'm assuming because this tab is open, I haven't done this yet. And we have a couple of other alloys. So is that what we're starting with today? Alloy smelters? I have a singular smelter. Okay. Well, that doesn't really tell me what I did or didn't do. Tin chromium alloy has been upgraded. Okay. What do I have stuff for up at the mall? Nothing. All right. Chemical reactors, 2 of them are for cyanoacetate. Ethyl cyanoacrylate is a mixer. I've got that. Sodium citrate is another chemical plant and 2 bioreactors. Okay. Am I just short a smelter to do the molybdenum, silicon, aluminium, and the aluminium silver? Could I maybe make one of these and not the other one? Confused myself here. Yeah, okay. I don't see either of those. So I think I must have just not made enough smelters last week. Sure. I'm going to say that's what happened. Hey, Dog of Chaos. Welcome in. And then I guess I should decide if I want to add more arc furnaces here or add speed modules just to increase our polycrystalline slab capabilities. My voice sounds a teeny bit croaky. I noticed that. Oh, I have tea. It'll clear up. So, Mech Parts 3 uses 0.0, call it 0.01. Silicon wafers are at, okay, well in theory this build can do all of them. So yes, but if I put speed modules in, then I say that I also want to get some polycrystalline out. Yeah, because we have a little bit of extra capacity in these high pressure furnaces. Oh, those are speed modules. Speed module 1s. So yeah, that's perfect. If I speed module 1 these, we will still be right about at the capacity of the high pressure furnaces, and we'll get a little bit of extra polycrystalline out. That works for me. And that way we're not slowing down the production of our wafers to do the polycrystalline slabs. Sorry. Ghouls is Greg Tech. Slabs is pie. That other smelter shouldn't take too long. It's already done. Do I need those for the cyanoacetate or the ethyl cyanoacrylate? I do not. Okay. So let's do the cyanoacetate and the ethyl cyanoacrylate. First, tin chromium alloys done. Silicon wafers we're done upgrading. Sodium citrate need any of our alloys? No. Okay, so if we do all of these things, Didn't I decide that we were doing like... Didn't I scale up honey so that we could use honey as our input here? Or did I make a separate sugar build that pulls in honey? I've already forgotten. I'm losing my mind. Right? Because we made the bitumen, which also should be spitting out honey. Oh no, this makes wax, not honey. Okay, that's my confusion. Also, it's not working. Because... Oh, because it's sufficiently full. Yeah. Because that over 200. Oh, it's only at 170. Missing an input? The deciders say. Oh, we're out of Yadels. I thought I decided I had enough. We're also broken. Oh, it's urea. All right. Yeah, but we were having some issues with alg food, right? So our urea is kind of behind. So it is not necessarily the case. Oh, and this is running too, which is perfect. Extra urea. This should never run. Okay. So I think... What do I think? I think I need to label whatever this build is, because who knows? Special small part. And is everything else down here labeled? Did I do anything over here that needs labeling? What's this? More borax. Okay. I did label the bitumen. Cool. So as far as what we're working on now, sorry, I got distracted. The sodium citrate, I think I have to decide if I have enough sugar. Because this only makes a teeny tiny amount. We're already pulling 0.82. Yeah, when we theoretically only make 0.72. So we do need more sugar. And then... How much honey are we making? $134. How much would I need to make the sodium citrate? Okay, only like 53. So definitely if we don't pull from honey, then we have too much or not enough sugar. Too much sugar demand, not enough sugar production. My curiosity then is if we have enough honey. 7, 30, 105, 120. Ooh, and this already pulls a bunch. Oh, this is probably what I was thinking of where I fed honey into sugar. 325. Okay. And we make 134. So we do need to ramp up our honey production some more if we want to use honey to sugar here, and I think we probably just do. So we need another like 100 sugar a second if we want to keep up with our overall production. So that's just adding more of these guys. Does anything else change here when I do this? Nope. We just use a little bit more of the centrifuge capacity. Yeah, because the empty honeycombs loop, right? So in theory, we're not even making more honeycombs. Okay. So that's just a few more bees then assigned to honey production duty. I think we can do that. And if we swing over to the bees, yeah, we'll have to reroute some things to make a little more space here for that, but I think it's fine. So yeah, 3 more, whatever these are, apiaries. That's probably not the only prerequisite that I've missed, but if we flip through here, yeah, I don't know if I decided if I have enough cyanic acid. I don't remember if we went through this or not for the cyanoacetate. Then ditto the formaldehyde. So it's possible that we just need to revisit both of those things. If we're consistently getting animal production running again, which dogs are stalled out. Okay, that's a good sign. Wait a second. Am I just stupid? I mean, yes, but almost 6 a second, and I'm running these on 2 yellow inserters, which are like 2.5 a second. Okay, yeah, that needs one more inserter. Oops. But what I was saying was, if we're getting AUG processing running consistently again, and we certainly are, then we might have enough meat that we can set up, yeah, dedicated meat to urea. Curious if this is ever flipping into like void territory. Or not meat, is it meat to urea? No, meat to cyanic is what. It looks like we have enough demand for meat right now that stuff's pulling through. A lot of this is old. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that and see if we do have enough meat to enable the meat to cyanic processing. We might not quite be there yet, but getting closer. Every time we slaughter a new animal for one particular thing, we have more left over. So. All right, I'm grabbing my other smelter and I'm grabbing the apiaries. Then we can, let's go do the bees first, because that's a quick refactor. And after that, we can figure out what we want to do. We've got the smelters will be easy to set up for those 2 new alloys. And then after that, we can work through the chemicals. We do need to spend a little more time in YAFC figuring out cyanic acid, formaldehyde. That's not a path south. Where am I going? What am I doing? Here. And bees are 1 block south of here. I missed that turn. This one. All right. First things first, I want to do this. Just because I think that's going to make the way we organize this a lot easier. And this path, which is the B output, is also going to have to get moved, but we'll think about that in a minute. This will have to get moved. So, 1, 2, 3 more. This comes here. This path. Can I route this somewhere less in the way? Can I pull this through here somewhere, or maybe even from up here, route it through the middle? Not easily. This might just be one of those drop a red underground and call it a day situation. Well, ooh. And the red undergrounds might. Here, can I make it? Fine. And somewhere we should have, yeah, here we go. An input for some spare bees, so I'm not carrying them around. Home. So that should be all the honey bee. That should be all the honey we need. And that means that for the sodium citrate, we don't need... Yeah, we just need a few evaporators for this. Oops, I forgot to add those to the requests. Of course I did. Okay. And then for the cyanoacetate, cyanic acid. Let's see what that looks like. I suspect that we're using way too much cyanic acid. If I had to guess. 63, 210, 70, plus another 50, 320, plus 225 is 545. Call it 550. That doesn't count. Over 600, 750. We're at like 650. Okay. It actually isn't atrocious, besides the huge amount of methane that it... Maybe we did already look at this. Because what, this is like, yeah, 650. No, I must have looked at this with like the last thing we did, because this pushes it up a little over 700 now. Or I would have built this a little bit bigger, right? I mean, I guess we can just scale this up to 30 instead of 27 machines, and we're pretty close. Yeah, we could just drop one more machine on each row. And then the question is, do we make enough methane? I mean, is 30 machines actually going to be enough? That might not be enough. 720. Yeah. For 30 machines. And then another... I want to go up to 33 machines. 792. How much coal is going to each set? That's 44 coal a second, which fits on a yellow belt. So that's fine. That's a lot of coal coming in, but that's also fine. That's 3 belts of coal into each subsection of this. If I wanted to run that at that full speed. Which is bonkers. Of course, there's a reason this is built. Pardon me. There's a reason this is built right next to this coal setup, right? And that's because we knew when we set this up what we would have to deal with. Okay, so if we do add 6 more machines, gets it up to almost 800 a second. The ammonia and the methane are the things that are now the issues. We did make our fancy new ammonia build. So we make 1475. Do we remember how much demand we have for it? No. Look. So many things that take ammonia. Sorry, I know we went over a lot of this last week, but anything over like 3 days and I completely lose track of what we did. 75, 85, call it 100, 150, still about 150, 350, 420, nice, 450, 570, 600, still about 600, 650, 770, 820, 900. Okay, so that's 900. And our 2 ways of making it are like 1400. Yeah. So we have plenty. Okay. And the same, I think, might be true of methane. Double check our methane input as well. Oh, we're also going to need to double check formaldehyde, which apparently pulls methane. So let's do that first. Sorry. That's 60 more formaldehyde. 20, 44, 74, 190, and then I said 60 more about. Yeah, so 250. Lol. Oh, we got multiple recipes for this. Okay. Fine natural gas and hot molten salt, aldehyde and carbon dioxide. Interesting. How much refined nat gas does that use? 2 to 1. Because this is going to pull a lot of molybdenum if we want to like triple this. And that doesn't feel great. So Oh, but this is just the ore. This isn't processed molybdenum. We can get ore cheap. Oxygen's... Yeah, maybe we just triple this. Move on with our lives. And then we still have plenty of methane, that's fine. $250, 300, 370, about 1,000, make 1.3, yeah. Okay. Let's just triple formaldehyde then for now. We might have to get a little more molybdenum ore, but like, whatever. Sweet. So that's another 6 fluidized bed reactors for that upgrade. Cyanic acid is another 6 quenching towers. And then sodium citrate, cyanoacetate, ethyl cyanoacrylate. Yeah, I think then we're good with all of these other dependencies. Everything else is just like various metal plates, and I try not to think about those too often. When we run low on plates, we expand. That's the process. I'm worried about this demand for silver. But there's not a lot we can do about it other than scale up metal processing. So woo. Is this an issue of bad signaling through here? This all looks signal. Hmm. Well, I mean, it worked through its backlog for the most part. There's just a lot of rail traffic coming through here. Okay, so the two things we're upgrading are the cyanic acid, which I know where that lives, formaldehyde, and I'm not totally sure where that lives. I haven't had to touch that in a long time. So let's find out. Formaldehyde is... Oh, okay. Oh, on fluid trains again. I feel like we just added a bunch of trains. We'll add more. Wagons. Like... Well, we'll come back and deal with those the next time we're at the mall. We can just paste them in place. But is everything just fluid trains? Everything is fluid train. Wow. Oop. Science stalled. That's probably yes. As long as we are running dogs, yeah. Running trits, yeah. Not currently running fish. Not currently running whatever these are. Scrondrixit. Not currently running Dingrits, but not for lack of trying. Why don't we have Dingrits? Uh-oh. Oh, it's Yadles again. Why did we decide Yadles were broken? Urea? Yeah, okay. I think we're going to have to look into the urea situation, unfortunately. Like, yes, it's good that it's turning back on because we have manure, but I think we have created a lot of recent demand for it. Let's do cyanic acid first, because this is just adding a couple more machines to each row of the cyanic acid build. And we can go over and do formaldehyde. Um, and then formaldehyde is here. I think we just go around the block is faster than trying to go cross country. Just because we're not going too far out of our way coming. Sometimes if we're going way out of our way, it's worth it. But no, top of this. I think. Yeah. 7 molybdenum ore a second. Fine with 2 of these fast inserters. This should be good. Oh, and I need to fix AUGs because they have not enough inserter capacity. Almost forgot about that. Not that I think it's a big deal, because I think our consumption is below what, like, that inserter capacity was, but it's just nice to have it all running consistently. So, Formaldehyde upgraded, cyanic acid upgraded, sodium citrate, cyanoacetate, ethyl cyanoacrylate. Let's head over to where we've been doing all of our new chemical builds, and we will do all of those in place over there. What did we fix recently? We had an issue with tin. Is that working fine now? Seems like it. And iron is doing fine at processing that new input? Yes. Yeah, it has been fully pulled through. No issues at all. Excellent. So, over here, sodium citrate is, it looks like 3 stations, a fluid input, a solid input, and the output. So that'll sit nicely. Cyanoacetate is the same thing, 3 stations. Ethyl cyanoacrylate is the same thing, 3 stations. You know what I should do? I'm going to grab one more chemical plant, because then I can do this DI. And yes, the ratio is not quite right, but it'll be cleaner. I guess I'll just use one of the ones that I have, or ghost it, whatever. And then we can grab another one when we're ready to. Oh, okay. It's too bad none of these only use 2 stations. That would simplify my life. Oh, we're still on YAFC. Thank you. I think all that was missed was me putting down some rails. So, starting with the sodium citrate, it's going to have the Arcod honey. Then a solid drop off. This is requesting, what do we bring in for that? Phawagy and sodium hydroxide. I didn't check phawagy. What are the chances that we're going to need a bunch more phawagy? And then the pickup. First things first, 3 evaporators. Making sugar from honey. To these outputting, yeah, they don't take prod, so they just output 0.8 a second each. And then that combines with Bowage for the first row and bioreactor, bioreactor. And then beacon, chemical, ooh. Okay. That's our layout. Here. Course doesn't quite reach. That works. That will suffice. So first step, citric acid. Gonna have our sugar and whatever the other half of it is, which I don't remember at the moment. What have we got? We've got prod with speed beacons. Prod, speed, rank, firm. So that's a total of like 3 items a second. Call it a day. Then we're also gonna have Fauji coming in, and at the bottom we pull through our other input, which is the sodium hydroxide, and then we will output the output. It says 1.5. Yeah. But these are going to be limited by these. Whatever. I'll just... faster ones. Can't hurt. That'll be our output. Here. Now, sodium hydroxide and sodium citrate. Or in Fauji. How much Fauji? 4.2 a second? Yeah, both of these are fine at inserters. There we go. I'm sufficiently happy with this. And then if we wanted this to be doubled, it would double up like that. Yeah, that works. Oh, and it would help to actually pass through the citric acid, wouldn't it? That's probably an important part of this whole thing working. All right, that is sodium citrate. Next, cyanoacetate. This brings in 3 fluids and some plastic and spits out a thing. Cyanic acid, uric acid, and ethanol. There we go. And then solid input. All this has is plastic bar. That feeds into a couple of chemical plants. Sweet. So we will just do, I guess, kind of that. This also, yeah, this is also beacon. So have to beacon. We do have to have one ghosted because used it over in the other build. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, we'll flip it horizontally. Fine. That case, maybe here. Yeah, I don't hate that. First thing is cyanic acid. Second thing is sulfuric acid. And third thing is the ethanol. And then we will have plastic coming in, which actually this here. Come on. There it goes. Tiny amount of plastic. Output. I believe that that is the whole build. 'Cause, once we get all of the appropriate fluids, etc. here. Cool. Next. Ethyl cyanoacrylate. And the ethyl cyanoacrylate is going to be, again, just 3 stations. Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. So our input here, we're going to have just the formaldehyde, and then our cyanoacetate that we just made, and plastic bar, and then that spits out our other thing. Train is stuck. It's a fuel station. I don't care. Formaldehyde, and then drop off. Not there. There? No, I was right the first time. Cyanoacetate and plastic bars. That goes into a mixer. Making our ethyl cyanoacrylate. We'll do this one side cyanoacetate, one side plastic bars. We'll also need a beacon. Let's see, 0.83 items a second. Yeah, 1 gray inserter is fine. Pickup station. So that is all of those pieces. And now we just have our 2 alloys left. Oh, we need to grab that other chemical plant. Did I set them all to make that for me yet? Or did I just like... Okay, we did set them all to make that. Which is telling me that it's just about ad break o'clock. So I think what I will do is when the ad starts, I will run up to the mall to grab that other chemical plant. That way we're not... you all don't have to watch me running up and down, because we're going to be in break mode anyway. And then, when we come back from the ad, we will... Excuse me. We will, we'll do these two alloys, and then we need to get back into Mech Parts 3, and it might just be time to do the build for Mech Parts 3. So maybe when we come back from the ad break, we'll do some YAFC time first. Make sure that we have our, like, set of buildings we need for Mech Parts 3, and go from there. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate y'all sticking around through the ad break. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around for the break. I changed my mind. I didn't go get that other component because we're going to have to run up there to do everything for Mech Parts 3 anyway. So let's do this first. We'll get all of our buildings queued up for for making mech parts 3, and then we will we can go up to the mall and we'll grab our other chemical plant when we have to go up to grab all of these things. I think is the way to do it. Chloroauric acid not used anywhere else. I think everything here is only used in these things. This is a turd recipe. I don't know if I will ever use that turd. Oh, but plasmonic cores are used for something else, for these core shell nanoparticles that are part of nanostructure materials. Okay. In that case, I think we want to break out plasmonic cores, because that's important. Because we are going to be making nanostructure materials very soon. They might actually be our next target after Mech Parts 3. So the plasmonic core needs to be broken out into its own build. Oh, that one's capitalized. Okay. I think everything else here is fine. I mean, electrolyzer, you could throw efficiency modules in, I suppose. Oh, steel chests. Interesting. Okay. Build those on site. That's fine. The silica shells from ammonia and... Oh, that's a new chemical too. I just missed that. Okay. Cool, we have more new stuff. We're not done. Now I'm worried that I missed something else that's an input to this, but we're hoping not. So tetraethyl ortho. How much of this do we use a second? Just about 2. All right. Well, one machine is 10. So that's what we're making. Makes hydrogen chloride as a byproduct. That's fine. Some ethanol, some chlorine as inputs, some silicon. This is fine. There's nothing weird about this. Other than needing a 4th station as an output for the second, yeah. And then this will probably take a couple of stations because we've got multiple stages of solid ingredients. Has 6 solid ingredients. We could do this in 1 station. If we're feeling spicy, we can do it in 1 station. All right. So the tetraethyl orthosilicate and the plasmonic cores, we need to get our shopping lists for. And then mech parts 3, phenolic boards, we already make. I just need to check if we make enough of them. We don't make phenolic boards? Oh, we make them on site. Oh. Ew. Okay. So we might just have to make these on site as well for the new build. Unfortunately. I don't see an easy way to avoid that because I don't think we have any space for a we find the printed circuit substrate here. Yeah, we don't have space for another train station around here to get the phenolic boards out. No. Nope. Way over here, but we're not doing that. So yeah. I think unfortunately we're gonna have to do that on site. Okay. Well, I guess I could maybe we migrate this to bringing in phenolic boards relatively easily. Sure. We have space. This is kind of a standalone build. So yes. We can migrate phenolic boards to standalone. Okay, we'll do that. And how much do we need? 1 a second for circuits and 0.13 a second. Okay. All right, that's fine. So we only need to grab one of those pulp mills because there's already one sitting at printed circuit substrate. And then chemical plant here, all the stuff for this. Yeah, anything with modules, I want to keep it Mark II building, but this can be a Mark I. This can stay as a Mark II, that's fine. That's a Mark II, that's fine. And then all of this stuff is ready to go. Okay, we can get our shopping lists. I like it when I can shopping lists. Okay. Well, we're actually just going to need 2 of these, huh? And then for plasmonic cores, I will grab the real shopping list blueprint because that's a lot of stuff. Alloys, we already have the shopping lists for, and then just mech parts 3 itself. So double checking, 1 pulp mill for phenolic boards, check. Tetraethyl orthosilicate needs a chemical plant, as well as the additional one that we have coming. Everything for plasmonic cores is here. And everything for mech parts 3 is here. So I think we're ready when we go up there. Grab all of our buildings. Ooh, I'm out of signals. That's fun. Oh, that's also wrong. All right, well, since I'm out of signals and I'm running out of other stuff, we might not get all of the the other thing, alloy stuff done here. But we'll try. Let's see, solid drop off, and then this will need to be redone for 5 items. Oh, I'm out of train stations. Okay. So yes, we do have to go up to the mall. We are out of useful out of the ability to build usefully. And then we're going to have an output. Molybdenum, whatever, special alloy. We're going to have the fuel coming in. I don't know, around here somewhere. We'll deal with that. And Nexalit and aluminium first. Free. And then above that, we can do titanium and let's do aluminium and silicon next. Sorry. Nexalit, aluminium, molybdenum, and silicon. Okay. I can totally remember what I've already done. There. And then last, we're going to have the titanium. Fuel. Okay, I think that's as far as we're getting without going back up to the mall. Hopefully it will have had time to finish all the new stuff that we put up there, and we can just grab everything and then come down. I mean, we might run out of common parts again, but it would be fantastic if we could do most, if not all, of the rest of Mech Parts 3 without having to go back to the mall. That would be the ideal situation. Are we going to achieve that? Of course not. We never achieve that. And then after Mech Parts 3, we're going to have to spend some time in Yafsi. Because I'm not quite sure what the next thing we want to do is. It might be starting to bootstrap the alien life stuff that we need for the next science pack. Because said science pack is getting dangerously close. There we go. One more tech and I can even queue it up. So the AL stuff, the Zungrors, the Vonixes, and there's like one more thing that's a dependency of one of those. Simics. Yeah, we got to get Simics going. But I'm not sure if that's going to require... Yeah, nanostructure material. I see it already. The RTGs need it for Simics. So we are going to have to get nanostructure material going first. Well, maybe we can do the other branch before we do Simics. I don't know. It's got to go into YFC. That's the real situation. I need fuel. And then I can drop these trains off. Although the alerts have all gone away, so... I think we have more tier 2 Logibots than tier 1s at this point, which is also very cool. What am I waiting for on the bots? We're waiting for a little more landfill, a little more transport belt, a little more pipe to ground. I do want to wait for those ones. We don't have to wait for all the asphalt. That's not necessary. But it's nice to have all my belts and all my pipes if we're going to be doing a lot of builds, right? Out of rayon again. Really? Tell me that. Onya. BTX. Okay. This is a thing that we were concerned about. It appears that it is indeed a situation. Because we're like fully backed up on all of our heavier products, it looks like. Yeah. I mean, the condensates are also going to start backing up if we can't run this system. But if I can find a good use for refined natural gas, then we could turn less of it back into condensates, and that makes a lot less BTX. Okay, formaldehyde. We saw this one already. Purified natural gas. What does that line get to eventually? Rich gas and pure natural gas. Rich gas isn't useful, but apparently is part of helium processing. Pure natural gas. Oh, we can do... We need pure natural gas to get cadaveric 3s? Or for some part of their processing? So we are going to have to do this, I think, eventually. Interesting. And then residual gas, we know we can turn that into a bunch of stuff. Okay. I mean, we're not backing up on condensates somehow. Very close to it, though. My concern is that the higher fractions aren't getting processed right now. Although that seems to not be the case. We have plenty of cumene. That would be the one that I would be most concerned about. Okay. This might be fine then. As long as we are getting enough low distillates for all this to run. So, I guess back down south, we can finish up those 2 small alloys. Finish up. We have enough belts and inserters and pipes, so we can finish up all of Mech Parts 3, which would be fantastic. If we do not have enough of those things, then we will have to go back up to the mall one more time. But we should get most of it done. And then once Mech Parts 3 are built and are starting to like run through their process, check on blue chips, by the way. Microchips. Why are microchips of all things broken? That seems bad. Wait, did I just not hook up the output of half of these machines? That's hilarious. But also, no lightly p-doped silicon? What? Oh, don't. What? Oh. Did I never build a new zinc? Is that true? Built nickel. Built tin and iron and lead. Antimony. Chromium. Did I never build new zinc? Oh no. Well, it might be time for a detour, gang. Because I'm assuming we have access to like zinc 3 or something at this point that we're not even using. Yes. And this looks like it's only like barely one belt of input. Okay. It's time to do new zinc, I guess. Yeah, if we're not making zinc acetate, because we're not getting enough zinc plate. What is this that's a high priority requester for? Oh, never mind. That's a high priority zinc output. Because it's zinc that's made as a byproduct of rare earth. Okay. Well, zinc plate. Time to revisit. Oh yeah, we're still only bringing in 15 ore a second too. Which is probably fine. We just need to process it better. So zinc grade 4. Powdered zinc. To zinc overflow. Assuming none of this prods. Yeah, so we'll use tier 1 buildings. Zinc pulp. Zinc pulp. Zinc pulp. Purified zinc. Zinc concentrate. Zinc pulp stage 4? High grade zinc. Molten zinc. Okay. And none of these stages will, yeah, none of these stages prod, so they all get Mark 1 buildings. Well, except I can throw efficiency modules in you. So you get full power plant there. The zinc waste just turns into more zinc 4. Excellent. Input wise, what do we get? Kerosene, pressurized air on site. Yes. Okay. This looks fine. It's a lot of stuff, but it's not like, I mean, compared to all of our other ore processing, it's basically the same as anything else we do, so not overly worried about it. And then I guess our molten zinc turn into some amount of zinc plate, right? Yeah, what's our, well, I already screwed it up in YAFC, but if we check our production stats, we should see 618 a minute, so just over 10 per second zinc plate right now. I'm gonna assume that 567 is really the baseline. So just under 10. In which case, one casting unit might be enough, but we might want to make a second one. Should still be outputting plenty of molten zinc for the few things that need molten. All right. Oh, you're a tier 2 because we want to put rod modules in you. Yeah. So that is our shopping list for zinc. I have a soil void. No. Sand, muddy sludge. Yeah, I mean, we could turn it into muddy sludge. Right. And then it goes out with the rest of the muddy sludge. I'm fine with that. Oh, and the silver lead dust. I think we're going to have to bring that into our lead processing. One of these stages takes in silver lead dust. Yeah. Making silver lead zinc pulp. Which I'm assuming at some point, if I was feeling ambitious. No. You never get zinc out of it. Huh. Okay. It's just called that. I was assuming that there might be more like cross connections between the two processing lines, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. I grab the shopping list for zinc. While that's running, finish getting these alloys done, and really any of the other stuff that we have to change up. Actually, let's do phenolic boards first. That's a quick and easy upgrade. Hey, board, thanks for the lurk. Before we do that, let's I need those chemical plants for something else. Let's go change. Giselle Kafir, thank you very much for the follow. I hope I said that even remotely correctly. What was I saying? Let's get the red circuit boards changed out so that they want to import the phenolic board, and then we'll go do the phenolic board rebuild where it'll be centralized. I think up. Yeah, all of this comes off. Copper, tin, and nylon parts. Tin must come in from somewhere else. Yeah. Copper and nylon parts go away. Yeah. And then if I wanted to, I guess I could move tin over here. That seems like work, though. Oh, no, I can't. Well, yes, I could. But we do need to bring in phenolic boards on this side now. Do that. That ammonia tank is just going to sit there, I guess, until I'm ready to do something with it. Shoot. I screwed up. The top right of the screen, that is my local time. It is 2 p.m. here. Or almost 3 p.m. We are at almost 830 hours. All right, so yeah, copper plate, nylon parts, phenolic board. Copper plate, phenolic board. Yeah, I just screwed up changing the requests here. Lovely. Which means there's probably trains on the way here that have stuff that I don't want to be here. Like this one. Yeah, I know that's a difficulty with me being way on the west coast of the US. It's hard in Europe and getting further east to catch my streams. Unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about it. Yeah, Bakelite, fiberboard, and sodium hydroxide. I just don't have enough space to take what accidentally got dispatched here, so I'm gonna have to come back. Same with this sodium hydroxide. Oh, and same with that Bakelite. Excellent. They all got dispatched. So all I can really do is get the build started and then come back and grab all that stuff and pop up the build afterwards. Ugh. I was trying to collect everything out of that chest so that I could restock the new build and save the trains moving around, and now the trains have moved around and I also have stuff in the wrong place. Here we go. So for phenolic board, we do need to bring in the ammonia. And then sodium hydroxide, bakelite, and fiberboard all will come into the normal train station, I think. Will be plenty of throughput. All right, and now I'm going to go back up to the other one. We're going to gather all of the stuff that got dropped up by accident down here. This way. Running on rails like I have a few extra lives. I'm running on rails like I have power armor that has flying. Oh, and this also needs the nylon. I just requested all the wrong things in this, is what I did. Copper plate, nylon parts, the new phenolic board, and then tin plate, which actually, let's do that. Let's move tin plate over. No tin plate here. I'm gonna refactor this like entirely. And disconnected the requests, right? Yes. I go back to a normal size warehouse here because we're only requesting 4 items. Going to include the tin plate. Nylon and copper. And the phenolic. Tin plate comes in from there. Because this whole belt doesn't feed anything that's over at the rest of these builds. It's just feeding this because I was squeezing things into too few station. Let's see. Nylon parts we use 2 a second. So that's... Yeah, I mean, all of this will be fine with just like 1 blue inserter of each item. So we'll do that. Nylon, copper, and then phenolic and tin. There we go. That should be more manageable at this end. A little bit cleaner. This station is only bringing in the stuff for like its actual build now. Oh yeah, this is just wrong. This needs output inserters that I apparently never hooked up. This is going to be broken until I do zinc because we're not getting the zinc acetate for the p-doped silicon. And there's nothing that we can do about that in the short term. Did I hook up the input again? I did, yeah. No, I didn't. There we go. Not that it matters. Obviously, we have plenty of red chips right now, but I don't want to. I don't want to leave it broken and find out 10 hours from now that I haven't been making red chips. I've done that to myself enough times. Oh, while I'm thinking about it, yeah, we're gonna take a little detour before I forget. And Cassell, I will get your name on the Wall of Fame with all the other followers. Wow, 24 viewers. Are we the #1 Factorio channel right now? That has happened a couple of times for me. When I've gotten up into the high teens, low 20s. Usually, unless there's a big streamer playing Factorio, it's not hard to end up in the #1 slot. Factorio streams. There's one with 27. Oh, we were so close. But yeah, like I was saying, unless there's a big streamer playing, usually the top Factorio stream is in the teens or the time. All right, text plates. Where does this go? Oh, this one. All right. There it is. Thank you again for the follow. I really appreciate it. Wanted to get that done before I forgot. Otherwise, I will forget. So I think we can go back down south now and do what I said we were going to do, is get the Mech Parts 3 done. What is in this? Oh, that's got to be left over from tearing down the old lead build. I just haven't been by when I had enough trash slots to pick it up. Go. Mm-hmm. Wait, no. Want and Yeah, like 10 and 10. That's fine. Okay, that should be enough space because we are going to have... Do we have a fourth input, actually? Oh, no, we only have 3. All right, never mind. I was trying to leave space for an input we're not going to get. So we can kind of just fill up this whole thing with the ingredients we have and drop off the extras because we only have the 3 ingredients. Bakelite, sodium hydroxide, and fiberboard. Pulp mills making phenolic. Have ammonia coming through. Something like that. And then let's do fiberboard, bakelite, hydroxide. Sure, that should work. Ooh, oh no. Would work if I wasn't colossally bad at the game. Love pie buildings being able to hold so many extra ingredients in them. Makes my life a lot easier when I have to deal with transferring large amounts of items around by hand, because I don't have to worry about the storage. All right, pickup station here. So that will be phenolic boards. And that should be enough both for the red chips that we already had, as well as what we're going to need for Mech Parts 3. So that's done. Printed circuit substrate is already updated to pull from the new phenolic boards. So that's done. We did the molybdenum silicon aluminum special alloy. We have the aluminium silver alloy to do, and that's going to go down next to the other alloy, basically. Tetraethyl orthosilicate. This takes 4 stations, okay. And then plasmonic cores is going to be its own whole big thing. Get the alloy first, and then the orthosilicate. Because I think, if we come over here, I can tap into this same fuel depot for the other alloy. So that's just 2 stations then, an input station and an output station. And then the station here can get hooked up to where we're doing the orthosilicate as our 4th input station. I think that'll work fine. Because the fuel consumption is very low. All right, drop-off station. Actually, I can make it even lower, can't I? There we go. Why do I have 2 casting units? Oh, zinc plate has a red cat. No, I don't have the stuff for zinc plate. Oh, Mech Parts 3 uses casting units. Sorry, I was looking at casting units, not smelters. But also, why do I have a... Oh, because I screwed up in YAFC. I still have the molybdenum silicon alloy in the Mech Parts 3 build, so I got an extra alloy smelter. Okay, that explains it. Not a big deal. Just drop it off at the mall when we go up there. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I appreciate everybody sticking around through the break. I'm going to step away and get some water. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, and I'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I really appreciate it. Okay. Inputs for this other alloy that we're working on are, just silver and aluminium. That is easy. And this will be our output. Now, let me see. I want to grab like that. Well, Actually, yeah, kind of that. Aluminum silver alloy. Yep. And what does this say? 1 a second of each thing makes 0.2 a second. So we are going to need a slightly better inserter on this end. Silver plate and aluminum plate. That will be the alloy out, and then I just have to get the fuel pipe figured out, which is gonna be how much of a pain? Not a huge pain. I think we take it right from here. Figure out where this naturally sort of wants to fall. Okay, I'm fine with that. That'll get the job done. That gives us this station here for where we can plug in fourth station that we're going to need for the whatever the heck it is. Tetraethyl orthosilicate. So over here, solid drop off, and this will be the silicon. And over here, we will have two multi-fluid in. Yes. Fluid input. Bringing in chlorine. And what does YFC say? Ethanol. Why are we not? Oh, I didn't finish the important parts. That's why we're not hooked up to power. This all needs to be connected. Now it'll be happier. And then we're going to have two fluid outputs. One is the tetraethyl orthosilicate that we want. One of them will be the hydrogen chloride byproduct. And it does not really matter which is which for purposes of, well, other than for purposes of, I guess, belt route or pipe routing. It looks like we are out of train stations, so we are going to have to go back to the mall. I realized I was going to run out of train stations. I would have done it during the ad break, but I did not realize, so that's life. This wants more train slots for sure. There it goes. Did I not request? Oh, I did not. Didn't do that down here, did I? No. How's this doing? It's slow, but okay. This is just a chemical plant pulling in all of the bits. So I think tetraethyl orthosilicate. And chlorine. This need any modules? It does not. And then we have input belt. Does not need to be filtered, actually. And output is going to be just our two fluids, so we don't have to do anything special with output routing. Now this needs to be set as a byproduct station. The right void logic on it. If I can find one to copy from. Well, at the least high priority logic. I don't know if we actually have a... Do have a chlorine void. Okay. Oh no, but that's chlorine, sorry. Void, hydrogen... We don't have a hydrogen chloride void. So I don't think we need one. I think we have so much demand for HCl that this will all get used. But I guess good to know that we don't have it. So we got to go up to the base. We have to grab... Get rid of this extra smelter. We're not going to need that. I think we just have to refill, like, train stations and stuff, and then we're good to go again. I keep thinking I need to go much further east. I forget that this is basically due south of the main road here. What else might I need or have extras of to get rid of? Nothing's jumping out at me here that I need to get rid of anything from my inventory, so I think we're good there. I think we just wait for all the train stuff to restock, and good. Yeah, this is everything for zinc. I don't want to grab this right now because that's going to be too much. We have a lot to do before we're ready to do that. I kind of just want to finish everything else, and then we'll go do the zinc upgrade. What are we waiting on? Still some rails. All right. How are we doing on the all-time logistic? 4,000 out of 5.4. Okay. That is pretty good. Almost 80%. How are we doing? Oh, I'm outside of radar. Never mind. I was gonna say, are we getting all of our inputs that we need for all the stuff that we just set up? But I can't tell. All right, first things first, let's put that radar in place because gonna need it. Now, okay, this still hasn't gotten silver, which has me worried. And then on this side, I mean, we've been making all the things, right? So this is good. Yeah, we've already got some amount of the stuff. It's trying. Our consumption rate is so low for it that I think it's going to be quite a while before it's ready to do a delivery. Let's find out what's going on with silver. This is running. This is not. I mean, silver's running. Dedicated, like, molten silver process is running. Whoa. Surely something was broken for a while. I mean, unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, that looks a lot like we just use more than we make consistently. Yikes. Yeah, when the production and consumption graphs just exactly mirror each other for the past 40 hours. Oh no. Oh no. Not iron plate, sorry. Silver plate. In silver plate consumption has averaged, okay, over the past 10 hours, it's almost break even. Over the past 50 hours, we've consumed more. Yeah. Okay. So we're not making enough silver for our current overall demand in the base. Ugh. All right. We need to look at everything make that consumes silver. And then we're going to get really, really sad. 1, 4, 4.5, 6 and I'll call it 7, 8.5, almost nothing. Oh, well, that's a problem. I'm not going to count that. That's still almost nothing. Okay, so we need like 8.5. So even without everything that goes into silver zinc alloy, which I'm sure we're not pulling at its like maximum capacity, so I'm not super worried about. Well, yeah. Jeez. So like, yes, silver zinc alloy is going to be a problem. Again, probably not used at its full capacity. But the bigger issue is that even without it, we have like 8 a second silver demand and we make like 3. That's a problem. Silver zinc like the batteries? That's a good question. What is silver zinc alloy used for in this? Part of blue chips. Okay. That is awful because we don't get a better way to do silver until time to bust out particle accelerators. Yeah, that seems like that's what it's going to be. Because there's no way we can, even if we doubled lead silver, which maybe we could do. Is this all Mark 1 buildings? This is all Mark 1 buildings. Except for these ones. We could upgrade all this to Mark 2 buildings. Although we're already pulling in how much ore? Yeah. See, that's the problem. Is we're already at 4 belts of ore. Yeah, particle accelerators it is. Do I even want to figure out how expensive this is going to be? Am I going to be very, very sad? Actually, let's go for 5 accelerators worth. Why not? So, copper plate, not a big deal. Proton donors needs a bunch of boron. I mean, some boron. My concern is the substrate. You know, in the grand scheme of thing, actually not that bad. It's a lot of power. Like, it's a lot of power. Okay. This is fine. How much is 2/3 of a boron a second though? Like, how much boron do we make? Yeah, these are the things. And of course, almost all these things that are in the boron list don't actually take boron. They take like boron trioxide. So I don't think there's that much stuff that needs actual boron. Here we go. 1 a second here, 1 1/4. This is 0.67, so like 1.87. This is 1.92. We actually might have just enough boron. That wants boron carbide, so that's fine. Okay. I think we have just enough boron. We don't have to worry about scaling that up. If we want to do anything else with boron, we're going to need more. That's fine. Nichrome, rayon, cermet. Rayon, make 4 a second. That's like 1/8 of our rayon. We're going to maybe want to scale rayon a little more. And cermet, that's 6 a second. This will pull 0.6, 10%. We're probably 10. Well, let's check it. Let's check it. Yeah, because we added medium power resistors and neural processors and scaled up microchips. 0.5, 2.83, 4, 5.23. Call it 6. Yeah, so we might need like one more machine doing cermet. I mean, we could scale all the way up to 12 a second, but that is excessive. So yeah, it's 6 a second, 4, 2.5, 2.5, 7, 3. All right. So we need 2 more clay pits and like 1 more of everything else. We might be able to get away without doing this upgrade, but technically we do need it. The silver synthesis itself, though, I think otherwise good on. How much propene is 11 a second? Is that a lot of propene, or is that like... Yeah. I'm not worried about it. Sweet. Let's just do the silver synthesis. I'm not going to worry about the cermet. I think our consumption numbers for it are pretty overinflated by our circuit production, which never runs at full speed. So... And this is going to have to take priority over other stuff because we don't have the silver to turn on the silver aluminium silver alloy that we need, which means we're not actually going to be able to run mech parts 3 until we get this turned on. I mean, zinc is probably also in the same boat, realistically. We'll pivot. We'll get the silver synthesis done. That's a lot of power. I think we're going to be fine on it. Yeah, we're going to be fine. See the beacons slowly ramping up as I build things from non-existent 10 hours ago, or sorry, that's 10 days ago, to our biggest consumer. Although with 5 new particle accelerators, those are trying to reclaim their title as biggest power consumer by a wide margin. All right, why are the particle accelerators taking so long? We're just waiting for parts to arrive? Yes. All right, while these are running, what do we want to do? I'm trying to think what I can do while we're just waiting to get all this stuff built up. Yeah, let's pop into YAFC and let's do some YAFC work, because I know we're gonna need that. Because we need the what's it called? If I can find the tech. There we go. The nanostructured material. That's what we need. And prod 2 in here. We are going to run it at a very, very low rate because that is all we need. We'll make solidified Sarkarus on site. Yeah, 1 coal power plant is enough power for it at the rate that we need for production. Flora mining, 1 miner is enough. That's also fine. Do I have depolymerized organics? Yes, so we can ship those in. We ship in cotton guts, plasmids, basic substrate. Core shell nanoparticles were, I think, a thing we build on site here. No, it's also used in nanomesh. All right, so we'll want to split core shell nanoparticles into their own build. Cobalt oxide we have. I think we have all of this. Whether we have it all in sufficient numbers is a different question. So this needs how many of those? 0.033. That is one machine again. Perfect. And this needs, oh god, a bunch of new stuff. Dielectric layers. We need for mecha Zungrors. Is that basically a God, I can't believe I've forgotten what it's called. Big old spider mech? Spiderbot? Whatever the base game calls it. Spidertron. We need fluorophores, which are only used for this. Plasmonic cores, which we already have as a standalone build. And iron, ethanol, special multi-purpose mill iron. There we go. That's what we're calling it. Iron nanoparticles, which are also used for personal fusion cells. I don't know if we care about that right now. Direct reduction plant. Can I even make that? Oh, we've been able to make that for a while. We just never needed to. Okay. Yeah, this is a bunch of crap, but it's fine. Dodecylamine, do we make that? I am the #1 Factorio streamer now? Did the other person, Oh, I gotta see this for myself. Viewers high to low, 22. Yeah, the other oh, the other two people that have been up around me are also still streaming. So yeah, just the noise of viewer attrition. We're all basically tied within the noise. Not that I care. Dodecanoic acid. Wait, is this used for anything? Pre-pesticide, which is used for pesticide Mark II, which is used in bird something or other. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. And the dodecanoic acid, also no. Clean organic pulp comes from organic pulp, which we can make in a variety of ways. Okay. This is something we're going to need a lot of. Not really. I mean, it's used for some, like, Mark IV modules. But otherwise, not for a lot of stuff. Using bees and ants is probably the cheapest thing. They're both fairly cheap craft. All right. So that's the core shell nanoparticles, which is a whole thing. Might want to split out the LFE. Oh, yeah, that's used in a bunch of stuff. All right, so yes, we want to split out the MLFE. Maybe the iron nanoparticles. Maybe the dodecylamine. This might get split into a bunch of builds. I'm not thinking about that in too much depth right now. I'm just trying to make sure that all the inputs here are accounted for. And I think that is the only funky one that we don't already have. And all of this is fairly small numbers, except for the molybdenum, silicon, titanium, aluminium, nexolite special alloy. Which, did I account for this when I built that at the scale it is? I don't know, but worst case, we add one more alloy smelter to it. Everything else seems fine. Core shell nanoparticles seems fine. So this can all come down here. This has got to be after zinc plate. Okay. This is done. So yeah, we'll get the silver synthesis done. We'll go back. We'll get to work on the plasmonic cores and the mech parts 3 builds. These might not all run because we're still going to be catching up on silver and some of the other things that we don't have enough of, like zinc. Then we can do the zinc build, and then we need to spend a little bit more time here in spreadsheet land. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It's a silver. It uses silver and zinc in a redox reaction for the electricity, not as opposed to a silver zinc alloy, which is would be just one of the electrodes. The silver and zinc are on opposite sides of the reaction in a battery. Yeah. So no, in this case, it is not like the batteries in game. Also, sorry, I think I just put down my water way too hard and we got a real good sploosh sound on the microphone. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. A mild hollow thunk noise. This needs a little more love. This is fine. Okay. We're in a good place. And hopefully I've killed enough time that we have all the stuff we need here. Hey, yes. Beautiful. Mild Hollow Thunk would also be a great album title. We want to do the silver down here. I mean, I guess this is where we've been doing everything else. Let's maybe push it over to the west. We've got some space to do some builds over on this side. Yeah. That's a fine plan. Yeah, high self-discharge and leaking are not useful. Although, presumably they were only used in fairly specialized applications when they were still more common. Bunch of this forest out. It's all going to be in my way. Oh, yeah, here before lithium primary cells became the main design of button cells. Interesting. Right. Yeah, I mean, until, well, last few years is, I guess, relative. But yeah, when even quote unquote low voltage electronics was running at 3 volts, that's, let's see. What do I need for this silver synthesis? A bunch of stuff. We got 5 input items. Okay, I'll do that on a big station. We do have a fluid input. Let's do our output here at the top. And then have drop off here or fluid here. This is, what is this? Propene. Propene, and then here, this is going to have 5 items, so we're going to swap that to a deposit. Nope. How about there? And what are we bringing in? Copper plate. We could probably do the copper plate on site, but it's only like 3 a second, so whatever. Boron. Nichrome, rayon, cermet. And then the propene. All right. Now, is rayon working again? That's a question that I need to ask myself. No. Because is our new ammonia build not running? Not. We don't have hydrogen. We don't have hydrogen because oil is still screwy? That seems to be the answer, yes. Yeah, we're just not getting a lot of high distillates because the low distillates are all backed up. Okay. And that's all ultimately going to be backed up on BTX, right? Yeah. Yep. All right, we need to deal with the BTX situation sooner than later. I've been putting it off all day, but it needs to happen. Other than that, we should get everything here that's requested. That's good, at least. What do we do with BTX? This is... turn into benzene. Which is used in a bunch of stuff. But I think the primary way we're making benzene is already through BTX. So, like, this doesn't help me if I don't have any... ethylene. I mean, maybe. Maybe ethylene. I don't know how we're making ethylene right now. But we could certainly switch it over to BTX if we have extra BTX. Methane. Oh. Maybe that's a good void. Because we make a lot of methane right now intentionally. Well, this isn't really running right now, though, so that's... Oh, no, that's not our actual methane, sorry. This is the actual methane. And it is running. Yeah. All right. BTX to methane? Uses a bunch of Nexalit, but it sucks down BTX. The company buying a bunch of $1,000 tools gives a shit about spending an additional $10 in batteries. I mean, some companies have really screwed up accounting departments, but yeah, no, for situations like that, it makes sense. All right, let's look at YFC real quick and figure out what we're doing with crude oil processing. How much BTX does this make? In theory, like 90 a second, but I think that's assuming that a bunch of it gets used for xylitol. So potentially more. How are we currently making benzene? All right, we got this coal water slurry that makes a little bit. I think benzene from BTX is our main BTX source. Ooh, do we currently have this running? Because if so, maybe we want to turn this off and then we'll pull more BTX into, do I already have void benzene to methane? I don't think so. Oh, void BTX to methane. I do. I already built it. Cool. Do we just have to make this bigger then? Or is it not working for some reason? Oh, it's just only 2 Mark 1 machines. That's the problem. Although still, that's like 100 BTX a second that it should be able to pull. Yeah, the question is, I mean, this... I think the other benzene, the benzene from BTX, is a higher priority benzene source than the other one. Unfortunately, what that means is... Nope, they're equal priority. Okay. I mean, this one's set up to be a fuel, but... Okay, so 2 things. One, I think we want to turn this off. I don't think this is... I was trying to get rid of tailings, but like we have enough capacity to get rid of tailings now. We really don't need this much benzene, and we'll be better off if we're pulling it from BTX. Because I think our tailings capacity is big enough for whatever trickle this is consuming. And then I'm going to do that by just doing this. We're going to turn off the request. It's going to take a little while for this to burn out, but that's fine. The other thing we probably need to do is just increase the methane to benzene void, or other way around, sorry. No, BTX to methane void. which we can just like upgrade to Mark II machines in place, I think. Double that throughput. And hopefully we still make enough. We still have enough methane consumption that'll work out for us. So we will get them all working on that build. And yeah, because we need that to unblock our ammonia production. Because if we're not making hydrogen, we're not making ammonia. And if we're not making ammonia, then nothing in this base works. Because everything uses ammonia. There has been a very large spike in ammonia consumption at this tech level, I've noticed. Yeah. And yeah, hopefully if we just increase this, that'll get oil processing running more consistently, and we'll have the hydrogen we need. Power plant upgrade. That can now get a lot hotter. These are going to need the higher temperature. And multi-purpose crackers. Yeah. So once these get up to temp, that'll double our throughput, and I could get them even more if I felt particularly spicy. There we go. That's like 360. All right. That should be plenty of void capacity now as soon as these get up to temp. We do need a couple more. I have some more boilers? I do. We're gonna need some more boilers. Hopefully that's enough. 800 steam a second plus 300, like 1100 a second, and these make not quite 1100 a second. Darn it. It'll be fine. I don't think the ethylene is ever running at full speed. All right. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. As usual, I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. I do run just the one ad break an hour. Keep the pre-roll ads turned off. So I do really appreciate everybody sticking around while the ad runs. And when we come back, we will head back south to where we were. And hopefully that will have unblocked hydrogen and therefore ammonia. And we'll get what we need. But we can keep working on, was it the silver synthesis was the next thing that we were starting to look at? Something like that. I'll see y'all shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. What are we doing? We're making silver. That's what we're doing. Did this get up to temperature? I left the game running during the break. I usually pause it. We are not up to temperature yet. It's trying. It'll get there. Oh, no, that's up at 2,000. Wait. Uh-oh. Is this an issue of... Oh, shoot. Okay, I see what's happening. These multipurpose Cracker Mark 1s have a max temperature of 1,000, and since I don't actually have heat pipes, we just have the crackers feed through each other. Then the ones that are used for not BTX voiding are... Okay. Alright. How do I want to fix this? What is the easiest way to fix this? I'm not sure. I mean, I could just hook up two separate power plants. That would be the easiest way. I think the second easiest way is probably to just swap the order of the two processing lines that are hooked up to the same plant so that the higher temp ones are closer. Yeah. It's going to make some of the pipe routing a little ugly, but you know what? Why not? So yeah, this comes out, this comes out, this disconnects from here. This all disconnects. Okay. Then up here, we'll clear out with these. All right, now this has to get up to temp again. That is expected. I think the only thing is going to be how we get this out, and we might just give up and use that. Use an underground belt, move on with our lives. I like that plan. And then this BTX needs to come to here. Do I have them hooked up backwards? I think I do. Yeah, this is the void one. This is the one we want here. This is the one we want here. All right, now these are going to be able to get up to temperature. Sure. That should be fine. And that's like 4 megawatts. Each of these is pulling... Sorry, 20 megawatts output, 500% efficiency. Like 12 megawatts, and then another 4 megawatts. So yeah, we're well within capacity there. I think that'll do it. I think that's right. Has all the right inputs. It's just not up to temp yet, but it is actually heating up this time. So next is silver synthesis, which I think I have said that that was next like 3 times now, but it's really, really next this time. Cool. Glad that I completely screwed that up. Yeah, this I can work with this. Grab a tick combinator here. We will take each signal converted. Output them. So that'll output positive signals for... Wait, no. Yes. Output positive signals for anything that we don't have enough of in here. Then we'll set filters. So that all this stuff why are we putting more boron back in? Why are we putting more nichrome? Nichrome, yes. Boron shouldn't be happening, though. Ooh, and I don't have enough depot capacity. That's a problem. Okay. So this has 3 of its inputs. What are we missing? We're missing the rayon, and we're missing copper plate, of all things. Something screwed up here? Copper pulp 4. Copper solution. That's these. These are not running because they're not getting copper grade 4. Why? We're not getting anything. Oh, is my copper mine dead? Is that what we've just realized? I don't know. Is my copper mine dead? Ugh. All right. This is fine. We'll flip it over as I've been doing to a big copper rock. I just need to figure out how much ore we're pulling in. 30 a second. And if we want to get 30 a second copper ore, what does that look like? from okay. One monolith with a speed module. Cool. That's easy. And almost certainly we have never made a copper mine before. Add that to the allow list. Ooh, fluid mining drill mark. No, we make those already. I was gonna say that's a Mark III building, but I forgot the fluid mining drills are like a tier ahead of everything else as far as their level. So the Mark IIIs are kind of Mark II tech. Okay. Well, we can keep trying to work on getting this silver synthesis built, even if we can't quite run it yet. I think that's the thing to do. So, nichrome, rayon, and cermet. That all feeds into 3 fluidized bed reactors. All right. These are going to make the crystallographic substrate. Crystallographic substrate comes out to the next machine along with boron. And that is going to feed 5 automated factories, which apparently I made Mark IIs. They really don't need to be Mark IIs. Although I guess with 5 of them, Mark IIs are a little more compact, but we're going to have 5 big ol', what are they called? Particle accelerators. So I don't know how much we're really gaining out of having these be 5 Mark IIs instead of 10 Mark Is. Because, like, these are big. Which chat seems to be fixed. Is it misbehaving for you again? Oh yeah, I was getting a bunch of those for a few weeks in my own, like, chat client that I use. I think I kind of assumed it was a, you know, third-party client issue. All right, and this is going to need copper. Also going to need some of this. No. Oh, it makes it. Oh, I'm just backwards. Okay. So it is just the copper and the proton donor. Feeding into all the reactors, or accelerators, whatever the heck they're called. Why does water taste different based on its temperature? I mean, temperature definitely has effect on dissolved gases and occasionally dissolved solids. And probably depending on your given water, that's enough to change the taste. I don't know. I'm guessing. All right, that should be what we need, other than not having Ray on yet to turn this all on. We'll loop the proton, not the proton, the crystallographic substrate back down. And then here, we get our silver. I do want to flag this as the low priority silver source. Maybe it doesn't matter. But this is pretty energy intensive. So if we can avoid running it all the time, I would be happy with that. Yep, I think that's good. How is this running? Don't have Steam. Did I screw up the Steam connection? Oh shoot, I did. Darn it. Well, I gotta go up there anyway, because we have to find a place to set up our new copper mine. So we'll go fix that one more time. We'll set up our copper mine at the same time, and then we can come back down and keep working on whatever the next steps are. Ooh, and I can queue up. All right, Purple Science is in the queue. We're still a ways away from that. We have to finish everything we're doing here with Mech Parts 3 and the new material for all the factories. The nano structure, whatever. And then we have alien life stuff that we need to start bootstrapping for science. And then we will have space that we're going to have to start setting up. We're finally going to get rockets. So there's a lot going into the next tier of science. So even though we're about to research it, we're still quite a ways away. But once we do have that researched, we can just kind of set the tech tree loose on researching everything. Go back to just letting it roll through all the techs. Where do we have copper monolith that we could use? Oh, there's two of them here. Not that we necessarily need two of them, but I heard of HBM's nuclear tech mod from 7. Yes, but I don't really remember any details. That one's in a bad place. That one's We got two here if I could hook these up to a station. You down there. Yeah, I think the two here are probably good because that way if I do need to extend to having even more processing capacity, we can do that. It's just a matter of, do we have enough? What was I doing here? Why do we have all of this stuff that isn't hooked up to anything? That looks like it's for... I mean, it looks like it's for this. I must have at some point been working on a module here. I just don't know which one. Interesting. I don't really know what to do with this information. But I think we can get the copper hooked up without messing with these stations. So we'll do that. All right, as usual, we do that kind of deal. This just needs drill heads. We can bring in down here. So we will have a solid pickup station here. Nope. High throughput solid pickup station. Normal solid drop-off station. Then, no, something like that. I do. I'm just lazy. Most of the time I don't need it. And what are we requesting here? Railhead. At some point I'm going to have to start making more of those, but for now they've been keeping up. That should do the trick. And then if we want to hook up a second one, we can. Yeah, at only 47.5 a second, this is actually fine on just a yellow. Well, is it? Maybe not. Stacking to 5. No, it's actually not. We do need both halves. Okay. All right. Trains are on the way from drill heads. Good. Let's go fix the steam pipe over at BTX Void. There we go. Now it's running. It should run pretty quickly. Next, now that that is finally running, I think this is fine besides not having rayon. What's rayon broken from right now? Still just ammonia? Well, it's running, so it's hard to know. But presumably it was ammonia. Yeah, you can see the ammonia is still not stocked up fully. Well, we could also do that because we have like 4 fluids coming in. But yeah, I think ammonia is going to be the issue with rayon. And that is going to be blocked on this running consistently, which is still... Yeah, I mean, it's all BTX in the end. I mean, formaldehyde is what? We're doing it from methane. We void BTX to methane anyway. Because there is a refined natural gas to formaldehyde recipe, and I was wondering if it was worth pulling that through. Because this loop, turning refined natural gas back into condensates, makes a lot of BTX. But if we're pulling it from the methane anyway and we're turning the BTX into methane, then we might actually want to use the less efficient route just to make sure that we're using all our BTX up. As ridiculous as that sounds. So I don't know if there's anything to do there. I think in theory the silver build is done. It just needs its last ingredient to arrive. Oh, no, I didn't hook up a pipe. Never mind, it's not done. So we can do that, and then I guess work on the next bits of the build, which is going to be, if we look at EFC real quick, I can find it on my screen. Yeah, we're going to have the plasmonic cores. And then in theory, that's mech parts 3, which is pretty cool. Oh, graphite we should be doing on... Do I have a centralized graphite anymore? I've been doing it on site a lot. I do. Not a big one, but it makes it enough for small uses. Does this count as a small use? Yes. at only 0.11 a second, I will say yes, that's a small use. So we will do the graphite shipped in. That's fine. And we've got 6 input items, so that'll probably be 2 input stations plus the fluid inputs. And then an output. So that's like 4 stations total for the plasmonic cores. That's manageable. How is... Sorry, I keep getting distracted. All right, so we are voiding meat at this point, so I think if we wanted to set up meat to cyanic acid, we could. And that would save some of our ammonia, because our main cyanic build uses ammonia. Yeah. Yeah, if we're just taking meat up here, then that's... not particularly useful. So, as long as we can consistently be making that much meat, then I think it's fine to set up meat cyanic. I have mostly managed to keep our, like, overall AL demand pretty low, which may or may not be a good thing, but... All right, all we're missing now is rayon. This should automatically refill this thing as we get, or as things are taken out of it. And the output can just be there for the silver. Okay. Next. Hitting and floating over. Oh, we got some logs in the way. Is there a place anywhere where I have access to like 4 stations? Not readily. All right. We did get some aluminium silver alloy. It looks like we probably only got 1 delivery of silver. So it's going to take a little while until we get enough of that for the mech parts to turn on, but we don't need that for the next step at least. You know, all of these are in small enough quantities. I think we can get away with doing this with 3 stations. I'm going to do it. Am I going to regret it later? Maybe. So, inputs are steel, graphite, gold plate, aluminium plate, Okay, this doesn't have power yet. Good, 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 good. I am going to actually... Sodium citrate. And polycrystalline slabs. Which I cannot spell, but I can already see in the box. Okay, and then this, instead of being solids, is going to be a fluid drop-off. And we are going to need hydrochloric acid, ethanol, the teraethyl orthosilicate, did I not spell? Tetraethyl. And ammonia. Because everything uses ammonia. So we've got a couple different stages of stuff that are happening here. I think we're just going to set it all up as sort of my usual assembly line process. So chloroauric acid. Efficiency modules, right? Yes. That needs graphite and gold plates. Okay. Probably we actually want to do that from like down here. Because we have other things that we're going to need to route up to future stages, right? The acid will come out, and then next thing we've got going on is silica shells, which happens in a nanomaterial factory. And that is going to get prodded. Eventually with prod 2, but for now prod 1. And which one is this? This is ammonia. And the other thing that goes into that stage is the orthosilicate. Which... Yep, got those backwards. Fixable, though. Next stage is going to be a automated factory. Making steel chests. That's going to be our output. It's going to be our input. Let's see. Steel will just kind of be on its own, I think. Steel. Then that goes on the other side of the belt along with this. Silica shells to... No, actually, those go to different stages. Never mind. That goes up there. These come to another nanomaterial factory. And let's clear some of this wood. All right, this stage is making metallic cores. Go. This needs this, and it also needs sodium citrate. Okay, let's put that on the same... All right, if we do this, and we can split it here. And feed them together to the next stage. I like that. That's relatively clean. This also needs our gold solution is down here. Well as the ethanol, which will need to come out. Like there. Now this output can actually merge with this one. These both feed into a molecular assembler. Make sure everything that takes prod gets prodded. We have a molecular assembler. And this is doing the actual core shell nanoparticles. No. Plasmonic core. Core shell nanoparticles is later. And then it's just a matter of routing all of the rest of our belts. So this also needs gold, polycrystalline slabs, and aluminium. Gold, polycrystalline slab, aluminium. And then very small amounts of everything involved in this input. There's our output. Output goes to a solid pickup station right here. Look at that. Fits perfectly. All right, this is running. We're making the chlororic acid. This is still waiting for ammonia. This is still waiting for steel, which is horrifying. Oh, because I requested steel chests instead of... Okay. That needs the steel, and that needs both. So I think the steel should be on the way, right? With that request in place? Yeah. That won't take too long. So it's just waiting for the ammonia. How is all of this stuff up here doing? We are backed up on methane. Okay. That's bad. This is the high priority methane source. Is it all set to allow enough trains that it's always gonna... Oh, no. Okay. So that was part of the problem. Is this would have had like one train assigned to it, and then Cybersim would have been like, oh, that station's full. I need to get trains from other places. But that probably means that oil is not... Yeah, we're still backed up on BTX. I know. I can just void it to nothingness. Well, flue gas. We might have to do that. I was trying not to. I'm trying to make use of it if I can. All right. That is plasmonic cores done. In theory, that's the last dependency before actual mech parts 3, which is kind of surprising to me, but apparently we're there. Is that our steel arriving? That is our steel arriving. Excellent. Here, let's... What is this? Rock hole. Do not need. Gone. Yeah, I'm surprised we're pulling so little methane right now, honestly. Given how much we were saying the system is supposed to be pulling. All right, but we did get hydrogen. We do have hydrogen to the methane factory again. So things have at least started to work right, although... Oh, that nickel reserve is gonna try to ruin my life. Okay. Actually, you know what? Changing my mind again. Do that. I don't think we're gonna make use of the space up here, and we're kind of getting snug on space against this lake. So we'll do it here. Well, yes. Blowing up chests definitely feels like cheating, though. Or at least cheesing. I think we want to come south, like right through here, and hook this over. And that'll be the kind of way this connects through. It's the only way to destroy a caravan. I think mine are just in storage, in Logi storage, never to be seen again. All right, so the way I've done the other mech parts is I kind of give each one its own sets of stations with its own inputs. I think that makes it a little easier, even though there are some redundant inputs in doing that. Although for this set, it's actually not that bad on redundant inputs. I mean, super steel is used in several. But like now that I'm actually looking at it, like the redundant inputs are minimal. Boron carbide is used in 2 places. Super steel is used in a couple. Lubricant is used up here as well as down here. Probably plastic bars are used in a couple of places. Special small parts are used in several. Yeah. I mean, that's the question, right? Is do we want to like route out all of these different inputs from a common set of stations, or do I want to do like one set of stations for each thing? There's so many inputs. All right, well, it's ad break o'clock. I'm gonna step away and get some water. I'll see everyone in a few minutes and we'll figure this out. Welcome back, everybody. Um, did I decide during the break what I want to do? Not really. So there's like, I counted this and I forgot already. I think there's like 40 items. Ooh, pumps. Wait a second. Ugh. Okay. That's unfortunate. I didn't realize we had... All right, so then belts we're definitely going to lift up to a top level. And they should be Mark II because we want 2 broad modules in there. Oops. And then, yeah, we're going to have to set up pipes and pumps, pipes, and engine units. What a pain. All right, but if we're lifting belts up to a top level, then we definitely at least want the rubber to be shared. There's also rubber as an input to that one. Yeah, I think I'm just going to start setting up stations. We'll start setting up stations and pulling in the inputs for things as we need them. Oh, niobium pipe we also don't make on rails. We only make at the mall. So we're also going to need niobium plate into pipe here. Okay. Here, a bunch of these ones that can't be prodded, that can be Mark 1 machines at least. Okay. So that's what we're gonna have to do. Um, So I guess we'll start with the stuff we need for gearboxes, or maybe we start with the stuff we need for the like intermediates. So the belts, the niobium pipe. I mean, pipe we should be casting, but we don't have. Well, no, we do. We have hot air and advanced castings here. So yeah, we'll cast the pipes. That's fine. And then engine units, we can't start casting yet. We want to use. I guess this is the more efficient recipe, and it can be prodded. All right. So yeah, we need to bring in addition to a bunch of our fluids, borax, castings, small parts, duralumin, steel, niobium, rubber. I mean, we just start with one station and we work our way up, right? That's the way this is going to work. And then we've got like gearboxes. I guess we do hydraulic systems because they are using a bunch of this early stuff that we're making. And then gearboxes that also need the rubber. Then everything else is kind of whatever. Maybe we want 2 of these doing electronics. 015. One is just barely positive, though. I don't know. We'll think about it. If we don't get electronics, because we need them for modules, so if we're not getting any, then we'll make a second machine for it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna rush to make extras of things. That's for sure. Yeah, gearboxes also need niobium plates, so that's kind of a shared input. The problem is routing all these belts is going to be awful if I try to do it that way. Maybe I really do just want to do everything as its own, like, thing. That buffers so many ingredients, though. No, we're not doing it. Is what we need to do going to just be to make a bus? Is that the way to do this when we have like 30 ingredients? That's a lot of bus lines. It would work. I don't love it though. None of these options sound good. The conclusion that I'm coming to. Yeah, we're going to do all of these as 5-item stations. Or are we? We do them as 4-item stations. Does anything come in high quantities? The highest quantity is 2.5 items a second for special mobs parts. Oh, I think we're going to do it all as 5 items. So pause it. And then the first items that we need are rubber for belts. We're going to need niobium plate. We're going to need special small parts in this one. We're going to need borax and advanced. Let's actually not put the special small parts in this one. Let's do the borax. Do the advanced castings. Let's do a steel plate. That's everything we get to have in that one. And then next for you, we need small parts, duralumin, special small parts. We need the ethyl cyanoacrylate. And then super steel. That's the end of that one. Between these two, I can start to get the first things crafted, though. Grab rubber this way. I don't think we're really going to be able to do our usual way of like trying to factor things, but we can try to keep it organized over here. Here, let's go really far out though so that we have space for like extra belts, because we're going to need extra belts. All right, so this comes in here. Rubber feeding belts. Sure. And then we also need pipes to come in. Pipes we're going to feed differently. All right, casting unit. That almost fit. All right, we're gonna have to bring in the fluids, of course. This comes through here. Belts come out. We're gonna split the belts. One side goes off. One side will join in with this. That should actually work, which is hilarious. Engine units. And then we need small parts and duralumin. Are both of those on this one? No, both of those are on this one. Yes. I'll need to get small parts and duralumin routed up here. Oh, wrong recipe. This one. Belts. And that looks like nowhere near enough inserter capacity, but one, this is prodded. Yeah, there we go. That's better. And this is going to be prod 2'd, which is going to drop the inserter usage even more by the time it's all done. And then like this. Those go into one of the one factories, which make pumps. Then we need our input here for steel, which is in this one. Wait a second. I put 5 things in here. Oh no! Shoot. Alright. I just forgot to, grab the bigger, not necessarily better, storage. So what do I need here for engine units? We need small parts and the aluminum. Okay. And that should be pumps. This might take a little while for all the like pieces to get here. Yeah, this doesn't have fluids yet. Prod modules there, prod modules, none there. That's pumps. Next we need niobium plate. feeding another Mark 1 assembler, because it can't be prodded, making niobium pipes. Apparently we still don't have a way to do niobium pipes from anything else. Niobium pipes along with this. All of that feeds into our first real component. Hydraulic systems. Which are going to bring in the pumps and the pipes. Yep. They're also going to bring in rubber, special small parts, and ethyl cyanoacrylate. Rubber, right here. Bop, bop. This is all very close to this, which I don't love. Rubber, and then special small parts and ethyl cyanoacrylate. Am I out of belts? Jeez, okay, we're already out of belts. That bodes well. All right, but that would be our first component. We could actually make it. So we're gonna have to go get more belts from the mall. I will probably actually request extras because I think we're gonna need them. And then we will also need an automated factory Mark 1 up there. We're going to need a couple more automated factories to get made, but I don't really know how many more we're going to need. So we're just going to play it by ear. We're probably going to have to make one more trip up. It's fine. What I could do here to save on some belts. There we go. I don't know if that saves a significant number of belts, but it saves a little bit. And then we're going to have even more stuff coming down here. Going to have even more coming down the other side. All of these subcomponents need to get output. So, like, yes, we have hydraulic systems. Yay. What did I... Oh, I put all of my pumps into here. I was like, there's no way we're making pumps yet. Or niobium pipes, for that matter. I'm going to take some of those back. But yeah, even once we get that going, the next will be gearboxes. We are still going to have a significant number of... What am I trying to say? A lot more train stations to make. We're going to have at least 2, like, clusters of stations. I might push this one down into the, like, getting 4 or 5 instead of 3 on each side. And that should give us more as well. But because every component needs an output, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 output stations. Never mind all of our input stations. Okay, yeah, that fits perfectly there. We're just getting into the water. Yeah, I'm going to keep adding, like, input stations along here. Solid input stations. And then hopefully we can use the other side of this primarily for outputs and the fluids that are going to have to be brought in somewhere around here. And then... I don't know. We'll go from there. Gearbox Mark III. All right. This has a couple of fluids to deal with. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ouch. Yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we do that. We do the old do this old chestnut. We can get get a lot more belts through without having to try to route 5 belts above and below. And like, yes, we can, plus the output belt, but this is easier. Our output belt just goes here. That's our second component. Okay, but we are out of belts, and we have been, so up to the mall we go. Can I get through here a better way? Yes. Yeah, this way. All right. Well, the bots are bringing that stuff. Let's just take a look at what we're at here. So hydraulic systems are built along with all these funky intermediates. Up next, I mean, I could try to figure out what's the thing that has the most in common with hydraulic systems, but I think very little. We have belts here, and we have a special small parts, and that might be the only thing in common. So I think that's fine. We'll bring in the stuff for Gearbox Mark III. Oh yeah, niobium plates as well. Okay, yeah, niobium plates and belts can go on a belt together. Super steel and special small parts. And we'll start figuring out the other inputs. I'm not sure what else I put in that station already. So grab it as we need it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 122, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, of course, items. So one of our stations is going to have to bring in 6 things, not 5 things. I think that I will be okay with that. All right, I think we're good. It's just trying to bring us some asphalt at this point. We have all the belts we need. Did want to grab this extra factory. Like I said, I think we're going to need a couple more automated factories before we're done. But we have most of what we need. I ended up with a couple of extras. Maybe just one extra, actually. We'll see where we're at. We might be one short. What's going on with this train? Fuel station. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, let's get this figured out. So belts and niobium plate, I think, are going to be straightforward enough. Assuming, yeah, I did pull belts out. Beautiful. There's niobium plate. We'll do another one. Sorry if you can hear the construction noises. Okay, belts and niobium plates. And then what else is coming in here? We've got super steel and special small parts. Those will definitely both be going to that. In fact, we're going to have multiple things that want that belt. So we're going to make a good sized super steel special small parts belt. And what else? Don't have any of the alloys or anything else in here. guess not. So everything else is coming in the next? Yeah, I guess so. All right. And again, pause it. The next inputs for this thing, we need the aluminum silver alloy. We've got niobium, we need the molybdenum, silicon, whatever else, alloy. We need niobium titanium alloy. Already had. We need boron carbide. We need excellent antimony alloy. Ugh, okay. And we also need the gearbox Mark 1. It says 10 inputs in total. Is this the one that I decide I want to have 6 items in it? I guess we could. Since we need all of these for the thing that's right here, and if we don't do that, then it's going to make routing a pain. I think that's what we do. I said one of these was going to end up with 6 items. So looks like it's this one. Then the last item is the gearbox Mark II. All right. So the gearbox Mark II. Well, I may as well just go through the list, right? Aluminium, silver alloy, and molybdenum, silicon, whatever alloy. And then boron carbide and, oh, sorry, niobium titanium alloy and boron carbide. And then excellent antimony alloy and the gearboxes. Whoops. And then each of these can come right up into this one. They are all for it specifically. And hopefully everything else that we have to route out of this to other things, we can route on the left side here, and it won't be too awful. Good. Looking good. So far, everything's getting everything. We might not get all the alloys we need right away. Just because, yeah, I mean, silver is still an issue. This is running, but it's taken a while. Where's the new silver? What's that waiting for? Oh, it's waiting for me to not have way too slow of a freaking cheese. Yep. All right, let's go over there and fix that. I don't know what I was thinking when I put 1 gray inserter down. I knew that this was like 7 items a second. There we go. That'll fix this up. All right. Back over to the mech parts. I want to get these done today. Even if they don't fully turn on, I want to have the build done. I don't think we're not that far. We're halfway through getting them built. So yeah, these two alloys might take a while. Everything else should be en route. I'm concerned that it isn't. Excellent antimony alloy. Oh, we're just not making enough of this? Like, in the general case? Okay. Didn't realize that. Gearbox Mark IIs shouldn't be a problem. We should have heaps of those just sitting over here. I'm worried. Yeah. What have these been blocked on? Oh, probably the Nexilite antimony alloy. That hasn't been working for some reason. Yeah, okay. We're just not making enough. Shoot. Let's look into that real quick. So I did the thing. I did the thing. There we go. We're back. Intermetallics uses a little bit. Laboratory instruments. It's 2. 0.66 plus. Not this one. Plus 0.13, 0.79. Mech parts 3 is another 0.67, so like 1.5. Oh, yeah. That's like a fraction of what we need. Okay. Cool. Something like that. If we want to upgrade to 2 smelters and then, well, how much is it actually with speed module 1s? Like 1.5? 0.4? 1.45? 1.44 probably. Look at that. So yeah, we'll upgrade these to Smelter Mark IIs. We'll get it up to 1.44, and that will hopefully be good enough. Yeah, that's been not enough for the past like 100 hours, and just never really became a problem until now. All right, couple of alloy smelter Mark IIs. We will have to go work on that. Not right away though. Let's keep working here. Oh, how long have you been lost for? The only one that was lost? Yes. All right. Next I have utility boxes. I'm not 100% sure if that's the best one. Maybe we want to go with brakes next, actually. Because why? I was looking at the Nextlet antimony alloy, super steel, the ethyl cyanoacrylate, the special small parts. All of that is at this end. Utility boxes, yeah, have more stuff that's different. And then the plastic goes up with more of these things. So I think we do the brakes next. I think is the way to do it. Oh, brakes need ceramic that I don't have stuff for either. Oops. We didn't put ceramic in. Not that it's a big deal. Actually, make these Mark IIs. Well prodded. Oh yeah, look at that. One prodded is basically what we want. And theme and theme with efficiency modules. All right. So we're gonna need another high pressure furnace, another clay pit, and another electric boiler added to our requests. And then actually that's going to be 2 high pressure furnaces. I think we have, yeah, we have graphite as an input here, but now that we're bringing in coke for the ceramic, I think we also want to do graphite on site. Yep, and we'll prod that as well. That's another high pressure furnace. That's fine. And that way we don't add any additional inputs to ourselves here. We'll just use the same graphite input and make the same coke input and make the graphite on site. Okay. So as far as making the brakes goes then, what does that look like? Brakes 3. 1 machine for brakes 3 is all it looks like I need. But that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 input items and 1 output. I think I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to do this nonsense again. We only have 8 inputs, so it's a little bit easier. And then an output. All right. We have a special small parts and ethyl cyanoacrylate belt already. Yes. We need both of those. Although we also need super steel. So we need 3 of the things here. We need this alloy. We need graphite and ceramic that we still need to make, and we need phenolic board and brakes. Okay. So, new station, for one thing. Because at the very least, we need to bring in the phenolic boards and the brakes Mark II. And then from here, it doesn't really matter which of these we grab because we also need a standalone belt with one of the other items. So we'll do this. Hook that up. And then we will grab the ethyl cyanoacrylate. That needs to be coupled with this. And then we'll grab the phenolic and the brakes from here, and then we're not bringing Coke in anywhere yet. So I guess Coke will have to come in here as well. Not that one, this one. And then we've got to make the ceramic and the graphite from the coke that's in there and get that hooked up, which is going to require the machines that I don't have in hand yet. That's fine. Okay. We're making progress of a sort. Yeah, the next lead antimony alloy is blocked on us fixing that. Okay, let's ceramic and graphite rods. And after that, utility boxes, then electronics, then shafts. Okay. That should be it for what is left. I'm on the wrong screen. We're not going to get this done today. I'm making my to-do list because I know I'm not getting this done. My brain is turning to mush, so I think I'm going to call it here. Yeah, it's just about 6. And then when we come back tomorrow, we've got, just a few parts that are missing on what we've done so far to actually get this all to turn on. We've still got to hook up fluids, obviously. But I think we're going to end up with like 4 and 4 here, 8 input stations, and then I'll set up another T, and we'll have our 7 output stations plus our fluids. And I think that's going to work perfectly-ish. Perfectly-ish. But this is mostly just a belt routing exercise at this point, right? So I think we're going to get this done pretty quickly when we come back on Thursday. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is, as always, a link to my Twitch down in the description. And yeah, we'll be back Thursday. Thanks, everybody. See you next time.